amount of members and therefore are not subject to open meeting law. The breakout sessions will not be available to the public. However, after coming back from the recesses, we will go back into the regular open meeting law sessions. The first recess for a small group activity will be taken for 30 minutes and the second after 20 minutes.
We are recording, so everyone knows.
And if that wasn't enough, notification items on the agenda may be taken out of order, may be combined for consideration, and may be removed from the agenda or delayed for discussion at any time. 9:01 a.m. We will now call the meeting to order, and we will start with a roll call. Kendall Scott.
Here.
Andrew Snyder.
Present.
Julie Blast.
Here.
Brandy Cutie.
Cutie, like cutie pie. Here.
Thank you. I apologize. Terry McGill.
She'll be here later.
Todd Hess is here. Sean Thornton.
Here.
Melanie Aricagua.
Urquiaga, here.
Apologize.
No worries.
Dale's gonna get me for that one. Roz Brooks.
Here.
Julie Pazina.
Whoa. I did.
Assemblyman Toby Urick. Assemblyman Erica Mosca. She's en route. Ashton Welke, I apologize.
Wilkie, she'll be here in a minute.
Senator Carrie Buck. Kendall, do we have any public comment?
Anyone in the room? Anyone online looking to submit public comment?
Yes.
Yeah. You can raise your hand or I'm just mute you ahead if you're here for public comment. All right, I don't see any.
Without seeing any, we'll move on. Approval of minutes from the November 30th, 2023 meeting. This is for action.
Yes, and you should all have a copy of the minutes underneath your other things. You'd like to take those over and you should also receive the digital copy following our meeting in November.
I would make a motion to approve those minutes. Melanie Urquiaga for the record.
Second.
Please.
Andrew Snyder, I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any
Aye.
against?
Who is the second? Sorry.
Motion carries. Andrew.
Andrew, thank you.
And then acid in here now.
Okay. And with that, this is our inaugural in-person meeting, and we'd like to just have some quick introductions and anything else you would like to add. Roz, if you'd like to start, thank you.
Roz Brooks from Las Vegas, Nevada. I run a nonprofit called Together We Can, and one of our programs is Blacks in Nature. And I'm excited to be here.
Right.
Julie Bless, Nevada Department of Wildlife. I'm our statewide wildlife education coordinator and volunteer coordinator.
Sean Thornton, I live here in Preston and I am the student representative.
Right.
Melanie Urquiaga, Nevada Outdoor School. We generally represent rural Nevada.
Aston Wilkie, I'm the nurse liaison with her here and live out here.
I'm Andrew Snyder. I work for the Nevada Department of Education out of the office of, sorry, I almost said my old office name. We just had it revised, or it's a new office name. So it's the Office of Teaching and Learning now. And I oversee health education and physical education.
Awesome.
Good morning. My name is Erica Mosca. I'm Assemblywoman representing District 14 in East Las Vegas. So happy to be up here today.
And everybody's favorite fifth grade teacher. I'm Todd Hess. I'm Superintendent of Story County School District. I was appointed by the Nevada Association of School Superintendents for the position and just as a sixth generation Nevadan, just so excited to be a part of this group.
I'm Kendall Scott. I'm the outdoor education lead for the Nevada Division of Outdoor Recreation, or NDOR, also coordinating for NDOR. And then for the record, we have Oscar and Julie Fazina is joining. Let's go to Brandy. Would you introduce yourself?
Sorry, I have dogs barking, so excuse that. I'm Brandy Cutie. I'm the school counselor in Clark County School District at Paul Cully Elementary. I actually have an undergrad in outdoor recreation administration. I think that's why I was recruited for this. I'm very new to all of this, so bear with me. I'm learning, getting my feet wet. My degree was over 25 years ago, so it's been a while since I've delved into this content. So thank you for having me.
And then Julie Fazina, would you like to introduce yourself? Are you online?
Yes. Hi, everyone. Good morning. So sorry I can't be there in person. My name is Julie Pazina. I represent State Senate District 12 in Clark County, which is West Henderson, Silverado Ranch, Green Valley Ranch, and I'm thrilled to be a part of this group. Thank you.
I think that's everyone.
Okay. Well, thank you for the introductions, everybody. I know we're all excited for the day. First up, on our as we move down the agenda is our Nature Everywhere presentation with Melanie Robinson and David Beard.
Hi, everyone. Good morning.
Hello.
Hi. Okay, great. You can hear us. I will, if I'm able, share my screen.
Please.
We might go into the void a little bit. I can't see what you can see. Can you see everything?
We can. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Excellent. Okay, well, hello, everyone. My name is Melanie Robinson. I'm joined with my colleague, David Beard, and together we represent the Nature Everywhere initiative, of which Nevada is one of our communities. And so just a little bit about Nature Everywhere. It is a partnership of Children in Nature Network, the National League of Cities, and Kaboom. And our goal is basically just to improve nature, equitable nature access everywhere children live, learn, and play. And we both love the outdoors. And our question for y'all today is just, what's your dream for Nevada youth in the outdoors? Take a second, think about it, share it with someone at lunch or at a break. What's something that you enjoyed doing when you were younger, and that you hope the youth of today get to do, or something that you didn't that you hope the youth of today get to do. So, but that's the two of us, in case you ever forget what we look like or you can't see us on the screen. I'm Melanie, that's David. Okay. And so our vision is about access, diversity, equity, and relevance. So we really work on equity in the outdoors and increasing that by the means of access, making sure we represent the diversity in the design and programming of the spaces, and then really irrelevant narratives about who belongs in nature, making sure that those are community crafted and that everyone of every ilk has a place to belong. And so right now on this journey, I think all of you have seen this map, so I won't spend too much time in it. It's a 2-year process. We know y'all are brought together just during a legislative session and are putting forth some recommendations. And so hopefully we can help y'all with the information you need, examples across the country, whatever. But this is just generally the process. And I want to drill in on community outcomes. So, what your communities might look like after this is really our hope and our future and what we're working towards. So, we're working towards children's equitable access to nature being a widely held ongoing community priority, engage cross-sector leadership, community momentum, and shared decision making, which is what you all represent right now, and then policies, funding, and infrastructure shift to support and prioritize equitable access to nature. So when Kendall asked us to do this, we're going to talk a little bit about the benefits of nature for children, and specifically some strategies that you might employ as a state or within different communities in Nevada that would be helpful to accomplishing some of these things. So, in the process of making sense of all the literature that's out there, because there is so much, there's a growing convergence saying that time spent outside in combination with classroom learning, supported by classroom learning, basically, when nature is involved, better outcomes happen for children. And so that's the model that you're looking at today. In the green column, that these are examples of what nature integration into a curriculum might look like. And you've got the learner in the middle. The learning context is sort of the environment. And then you've got the outcomes that we've seen. So there's a lot of literature and a lot of research and a lot of science behind this that I won't necessarily go into today, but we are going to break this graphic down in a way that hopefully highlights some of each of these. And so these are just examples from across our network, having worked with 50 plus cities in the last 9 years on increasing children's equitable access to nature. These are just some examples of what that might look like. And so you see community gardens, you see nature play spaces, you see outdoor programming with the dirt bikes in the desert. It really can take on a lot of different ways, motives. And so I took out the learner here so we can focus a little bit more on the purple, which is what do you get by investing in some of these experiences? And so we've seen increased retention of subject matter. You get higher standardized test scores, better grades, better reading and math, higher graduation rates, better leadership skills, more communication skills, better critical thinking and problem solving, better spatial skills, a stronger connection to nature, stronger environmental values, and more pro-environmental behaviors. So it sounds like you're producing pretty great adults to me, ideally. And so this is an example or a study from Michigan out of 101 public high schools in Michigan. It was found that the greater quantities of trees, shrubs, any sort of greenery that could be viewed from the cafeteria as well as classroom windows, they had higher standardized test scores, graduation rates, percentages of students planning to go to a four-year institution, fewer occurrences of criminal behavior. And then where there are larger expanses just lacking natural features, such as parking or ball fields, those were negative associations with those same college plan or same outcomes. Now, the thing about it, and I have to admit this, is that there is a level of access based on like whether the school has more concrete or more plants and trees, and we know that that does also have an impact and effect on test scores. But a more recent study, so this one was done in 2010, a more recent study in 2018 found that the amount of greenery surrounding Toronto schools improved academic achievement, and that level of improvement was stronger with students that came from socioeconomically disadvantaged backgrounds than advantaged backgrounds. So there is some remediation or connection to green space that can help in mitigating some of the like negative effects of childhood ACEs and or socioeconomic stressors. And so that was about the built environment. But even if we bring nature inside, so having a gardening club or working with your hands in the dirt or focusing on natural elements within your science classes, we see represented by that green bar a large jump in achievement. And so the very robust, so the greater the exposure to the outdoors, even within classroom learning. So this is integrated into general science curriculums. The greater that integration is, the greater the increase in retention and positive outcomes. So the way kids are taught, the nature setting themselves, they all matter and all contribute. This was just a really quick overview. I'm happy to get you more and more in-depth information about these studies. Um, but it's about both the instruction and the landscape. And so it's not so much what kids are learning because these outcomes span all subjects, but it's the how and the where. And so when y'all are thinking about your charge, really thinking about how you can integrate nature, maybe even into those subjects where nature isn't necessarily the obvious choice, or creating environments in schools, if that's where you choose to operate, creating environments in schools that are attractive and appealing to students and teachers alike. To go learn, you will see improved outcomes, most likely. And so, with that, I'm going to flip it over to David to talk a bit about the policy.
Thanks. And before we hop in, are there any questions on the research piece, or do y'all want to hold that for the end?
Does
Because I'm
anyone
about
have
to go into policy.
this point?
Great. And I don't know if we did proper introductions, and I can't remember if we introduced herself last time. So just want to hop in here and also have Melanie introduce herself so you know all the amazing things she does and has done, because her tie to the outdoors is pretty cool. Mine less so, although I love the outdoors. So I'm with the Children in Nature Network, and we are a national organization that supports kids' access to nature through a variety of ways. We kind of focus on 6 key strategies. But there are many out there, and we will unpack some of that in its relations to policy today. And my background is in advocacy and policy development, and I've been able to do early childhood and K-12 and youth development. So a lot of the programs and funding streams that I've been able to work with throughout my career has totally led me to this point where, okay, we have all of these pieces out there. How do we connect nature to them, to these programs, to schools? And how do we do that using both existing resources and potentially new resources? And so that's where I'll kind of focus today. Melanie, did you want to say any more about yourself and your background before I dive in here?
No, not at all. You dive in and I'll introduce myself more the next one.
Perfect. All right. So as we think about policy, and part of what these recommendations are going to be, right, is policies the state can enact to help connect kids with nature. And there's such a variety of ways. And I know today you're going to see some case studies and get to unpack some of these different strategies. But we thought we'd just kind of walk through kind of a framework and some policy examples of what this can all look like. So some considerations as you're thinking about, over the coming 10 months or so, as you zero in on these recommendations, what the framing can be. So I think first and most important is relations to Nevada's youth. What do the students of Nevada want? What does it mean when they want to be outdoors? What does that look like? What's the easiest way to do that for them, both in their communities and beyond? Nevada, of course, has some of the most beautiful landscapes in the country. And so how can we have more kids take advantage of those? Political feasibility. You all are a very purple state. By the way, I don't think I said where I live. I live in Seattle, Washington, in the land of the Duwamish and Coast Salish. And so political feasibility looks a little bit different in every state, and I'm sure you all know the battles that can take place. But luckily, this is an issue that tends to get people of all across the political spectrum engaged, because the love of the outdoors is not a Republican or a Democrat issue. But again, what is the feasibility of pushing something through? And of course, what's the cost? And that's always going to be a big political issue is, what is the state budget and what do these things really take to not just implement them, but make them work well? In relation to Take 17, which is, all about having 17 minutes a day outside or 120 minutes a week because it's good for health. It's very similar to the 10,000 steps sort of initiative that has happened across the country. But Take 17 is a Nevada-focused perspective as well. So these ways are just kind of a way to think about a framework as you're thinking about the policies that you might ultimately push for. What are your individual or your organizations or agencies' areas of interest? Like, what can you all actually support in implementation, either at a statewide effort, or if you end up maybe proposing something that's a little more pilot, or maybe amplify something that's already happening? But how can you and your organization and agency play a role in that? And again, with the areas of expertise, the report, I'm sure many of you have been involved in these kind of legislative reports before, and the more sound you can make it and the more crisp some of your recommendations can be, as well as the background research and information, is really important. And I know sometimes there's a feeling of like, these kind of recommendations get put on a shelf, but they won't get put on a shelf if you have enough people that continue this energy and that you do have the details. Even though 98% of people may not read about the research or may not read about the background of all the cool things already happening, somebody will. And sometimes those really key people are the legislative staff or the state agency staff that's going to need to understand this. And so the more you can bring your expertise into this and into the report, the better we can make it. And then the relevance to the legislation that created this bill. You have a legislative directive. And so what does it really say that you're both supposed to do? And what are maybe some of the stretch goals that are outlined there as well? So it's kind of the framework as you all do your work today, and we try and get some good policy recommendations. Oh wait, I don't have control. I'm here trying to push the button to get you to the next slide.
I got you.
Adapting to unique climates and landscapes. We're aware that Nevada may not always have green schoolyards because you all have it very much. Many parts of your state have a desert climate or a climate that doesn't necessarily lend itself to big green trees and lots of water sucking grass. So really maybe another way to think about these things are living schoolyards, or bringing kids to a living environment. And maybe that language, that nomenclature is better suited for Nevada. And also there's not necessarily lots of huge rivers and obviously not oceans. So oftentimes you'll see green and blue and throughout the environmental children and nature policy. And in your case, it's more, I think, about a living schoolyard and a living environment to really adapt to your unique nature. This is where I should check my notes to make sure I'm covering everything. Perfect. And another thing too, we talked a lot about the academic benefits, but there's also the mental health benefits. And we know a lot of our kids are facing a lot of mental health challenges and a lot of trying to figure out how to reconnect socially. Even though we're a few years out from the height of the pandemic, we still see a lot of those challenges. And the outdoors is a great place to, of course, relax and to have a different perspective. And you'll see many of those benefits really relate to mental health as well. So as you all think about the kind of programs or the infrastructure design, also keeping not just academic learning, but mental health in mind will be important too. Next slide. So I mentioned 6 strategies that we tend to use in Nature Everywhere, and at Children in Nature Network specifically. And well, we won't go into each and every one of them today. Every one has a potential link and a state role, whether that's funding, whether that's looking at existing programs and supports and how you can amplify the outdoor piece, or whether it's working with private industry or private funders to create something. Any one of these are great opportunities. And Nature Smart Libraries, we won't go into today. Melanie actually has a lot of experience in that arena. The out of school time youth development space I was part of the Washington's After School Network, so know a lot about that as well. And you all also have an after school network there in Nevada. So while we're not touching on those today, those are still really cool and key strategies. But we thought we would kind of focus more on these 4. Next slide. So living schoolyards, and you might also see this again as green schoolyards, has a lot of different benefits. And when you think about school grounds, schools actually take up some of the most public land that we have in the country, and they also require a lot of energy. They require a lot of water use, especially when they have a lot of unused non-native grass around. And often we'll have, huge swaths of space, particularly in suburbs and rural areas that are not necessarily being utilized for anything. And on top of that, all the benefits you see to engaging outdoors, whether that's in a garden or whether that's actually in different spaces where you can take a classroom to learn science, or even learn civics infrastructure can also be done outside. As a civics nerd and a social studies nerd, that can also be done outside and in the outdoors. So as we think about living schoolyards, these are how do we have a nature-filled, multifunctional school ground that's really designed by the school community, and offers spaces to learn and to engage. Because sometimes being outdoors actually gets you to see academic content in a very different way. Go ahead, Melanie.
I'm sorry, I'm just so eager, I guess.
Then I'm probably going on too long already. I can move things along. But also include things like natural play areas where the kids can actually engage with natural materials. That's another piece. When you think about what kind of concrete or other materials you're using on the ground can sometimes make your schools even hotter. So some of this work is about engaging in nature, but it's also using sustainable materials to help reduce whether that's heat or just cost to the school to keep the energy going. How do you have more efficient energy structure? Stormwater capture, which can, even in a place that doesn't get a lot of rain, can be really important because, the Southwest often faces droughts and other ways. So how do we capture that stormwater runoff and also avoid flooding? Creating trails, edible gardens, but all of these pieces are great anywhere from early childhood right up through high school. And living schoolyards is a strategy that we have worked a lot on and seen a lot of success in, both in areas that are super green as well as in desert areas as well.
David, can I add one thing?
Yeah, please do.
I don't know if you said it or not, but one thing about living schoolyards, if this is something that y'all decide to pursue or consider, is to really build in activation support. I know when I was talking about earlier about um integrating nature into curriculum, this isn't a build it and they will come strategy. It's like a train the trainer sort of model. And so really taking the time and making sure the most successful of these living schoolyards worked with teachers and not against them. Really built in time, whether that's like the summer PD hours. I don't know how it works in Nevada, but I was a former teacher. And so really having the time to learn how to use this and to develop and create buy-in, which is also an example of what you see here. These are students that attend this school and also their teachers and adults. Those are a great way to get community buy-in and just like user buy-in. That's important in these spaces, especially. I think that was it.
Yeah, and some of the policies, linked to living schoolyards, as you all will dive in that today, but it can be things like pilot programs to allow schools to start this. It can be support in your school if you have state school construction grants, like extra points for schools that want to do this. Some states actually have sustainability plans for their school construction that a Living Schoolyards framework can be built into. And then there's also some federal money that can also be used for these sorts of things. So I won't unpack all the policy potentials today, but just want to give you a flavor for some ways that you all could capture this from a state policy lens as well.
Mm.
So youth leadership and youth development, I kind of touched on this earlier, but, and this is also whether you do living schoolyards or anything like that, it's also the extent that the community and community-based programs can access any natural grounds that you are going to be conducting work on, and that includes youth leadership and youth engagement. And oftentimes a great way to engage youth and youth voice work is to think about the land and the space around them, because that, their world is still usually, that is their world. And so having them actually take an interest and learning more about it for both sustainability purposes, but also for youth leadership purposes. And how that shows up in policy is usually just straight up youth programming. I know you all have a small and mighty sort of youth engagement fund with the outdoors now. Like, how do we grow that? How do we get kids more opportunities to engage outside and have youth leadership programming, whether it's run by the schools or by community-based partners, is a great way to connect kids to nature.
Oh my goodness. My finger is just so excited. I'm previewing. I can take this one.
Sure.
David. So dealing with the youngest humans, our early childhood nature connection, known as ECNC. What we're really talking about here is adding outdoor learning facilities to early childhood programs. We've seen this in San Francisco to also include those home-based programs. We've heard from some communities that they're taking sort of a it's not licensing, like a badging approach and supportive approach to helping outfit those facilities and incorporating nature play spaces in local parks and public spaces. So if you are in like a home-based situation for early childhood, or maybe you just don't have a lot of nature near you, how can you incorporate that in public spaces where kids are? And then delivering nature-based preschool and nature-based programs to children and families. The two peer cities for y'all would be just two to the south, Prescott and Tucson, Arizona. And down here in Texas, where I live, I guess I should say that I live in Texas. We've got outdoor learning environments known as OLE, and they work statewide to add those outdoor learning environments to childcare centers. And that program is supported by the Texas Department of State Health Services, so DSHS, and receives guidance from NLI, the Natural Learning Initiative, at North Carolina State University. And the development of these outdoor learning spaces ended up changing the Texas Quality Rating Improvement Systems, the QRIS, which provides financial incentives for childcare settings in the outdoor for nature play and learning. And so we also have demonstration sites across the state to really help inspire, but also to support what good learning looks like. And so that's something that kind of maybe might follow a pilot program or might represent a pilot style, where you have demonstration sites and other sites can gather. Anything else on that one, David? Did you want to talk about CAL FIRE grants or?
Sure. Another piece, there's the programming side, but there's much like with living schoolyards, there's the infrastructure side. And so one state, California, has implemented some grants to really naturalize and provide more outdoor engagement opportunities in licensed early childhood programs, which I believe includes school-age childcare as well. So it's a way to provide funds, whether that's making a garden or whether that's actually thinking about a whole new structure that has actual outdoor access on the program site itself. And so these grants really allow flexibility and you apply from the state, but it's actually directed to individual programs. So that's just one example. of a way that you could naturalize something. Another way is, in mentioning San Francisco, is actually thinking about city parks or county parks and making those, again, using more natural products and making them safer and for families and for young learners as well. But actually having them engage a little bit more rather than just your normal swing set, which is great, of course, and slides and all that, but actually having do it with natural products is another approach that some locales have taken and states.
Yeah. And then finally, we will talk about COBOR, which is the Children's Outdoor Bill of Rights. It's not always called this. I want to acknowledge that. But across the country, there are lots of Children's Bill of Rights. So COBOR is just a take on that model. And it's really made to illustrate what equitable access to nature should and like could look like, and it establishes a common foundation and high aspirations for nature connection in a city. So these are normally passed locally, but not always. So we have like fewer examples of it being passed statewide, but I know Texas was thinking of taking a stab at it. We have some knowledge of what that could look like in Utah. But just recognizing that I want to name this again clearly, that because of political landscape, because of culture of like lawmakers and community, outdoor Bill of Rights might not always be the best title. So feel free to call it what you want to call it if this is something you pursue. We've heard it called lots of different things, but the main factors or takeaways from this is that it's a list of rights that every child has to experience in nature. It's an important tool about nature connection, and it really can set up a lot of cool benefits and opportunity. One, it is a commitment statement to nature. It can galvanize community leaders around a common vision. It's something that should 100% be co-created with stakeholders and lots of diverse stakeholders. So that includes members of the disability community, members of any sort of like immigrant or refugee communities, really taking a look at who exists in your city or your state or your community, depending on the level that you're trying to pass this, and making sure that everyone has input. And then it can be used to formalize a commitment, but I do want to say that without activation, this is just a piece of paper. And so the way that this has shown up, for example, in Austin, is that they passed a Children's Outdoor Bill of Rights, and then they said, well, our current structure of like I forgot how long they had of playtime outside of like physical education activity. So they added an additional like 15 or 30 minutes a day to help children be able to have more time outdoors, which also led to them making changes to their outdoor play spaces, leveraging some of that federal funding that came during the pandemic, to make those spaces more hospitable, because like in Texas, it gets really hot. And so it's not always a great time to take kids outside in near summer. It was 70 degrees yesterday. I mean, I'm sure y'all can relate. And so really making sure that a COBOR is a great first step, but it shouldn't be the only step. Anything else here, David? Okay. Well, I'm going to stop sharing my screen so I can see y'all. But Kendall has this and can pass it to you. It has both David and Mai's contact information and our titles in it. We are happy to answer any questions y'all have now, or if you think about them later, you're like me, a processor, feel free to send them our way and we're happy to answer.
Well, thank you so much for your presentation. Does anyone have any questions for either Melanie or David?
I just have one comment, just that it piqued my interest. So my name is Melanie, also Melanie Urquiaga with Nevada Outdoor School. And I thought we had coined the phrase for OLAs. So we call ours outdoor learning experiences, unnecessarily environments, but I think that's super cute that I don't know, we call it the same thing, Olay, but I thought we were unique.
Olay.
Outdoor
That
learning
is
is
cute.
what we do.
Thank you. Thank you so much. At least with my head on, I'm always thinking about how can we make it, work with the state. So my question was, I know there's a lot of federal funding that comes down for things like urban heat island reduction. Have you seen schools or districts or LEAs say, okay, we know that this is coming for climate change in general, we can use it for schools? Is there a lot of examples of that?
A lot of examples, no, but there are more that are coming. And so I will say, like, the most obvious option for that sort of funding is green schoolyards, typically because sometimes those end up being joint agreements between the city. And so the city just generally has greater access to grant writers to draw that money down. Recently, Dearborn won some, but I think it was the Parks Department, but they won um, some federal monies. So David and I do have a list of federal recommendations that can be used to leverage, that can be used, but I haven't seen a lot of school districts go after them. But states, we recommend the like Clean Water State Revolving Fund as an option. Based on resiliency, you can, like David was describing, sort of re-turf areas. What else am I forgetting? We've got like ORLP, which is the Outdoor Recreation Legacy Program. So there are a lot that I can name, but typically those don't end up going through schools. They end up going through to the city. And if schools are sharing in part of that money, it's because of a joint agreement.
Thank you.
Yeah. Oh, I will say schools did leverage ARPA and ESSER funds, though, as campus-wide for this sort of work.
Did you say ESSER funds?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Other questions? To satisfy my own curiosity, what is animal assisted learning? Did you guys see that one?
So that's like programs where you might have a nervous reader. And so they'll read to puppies or pets or whatever. And then I don't know if this counts, but I imagine it could if you had sort of like a classroom pet that was unique to the space but specifically like trained animals are generally those sorts of reading programs.
And there's also on the mental health side, like equestrian involved work that a lot of programs actually did during the pandemic, outdoor-based programs. So it's really engaging animals to, like she's saying, like it may be learning, but a lot of it's probably more in tune with social emotional and behavioral, using animals to support that kind of work.
Yeah, I used to work for a therapeutic riding ranch, and so equine therapy was one of the huge things we provided to kids during out of school time.
Thank you so much. I appreciate the answer. I believe we have a question as well from Julie.
Online.
Yes, thank you all so much. Sorry, moving the screen back over so I can look at you head on. This was so interesting, and thank you so much. I was curious. I saw, just amazing academic achievements that come as a result of this, and I had sponsored a school garden bill, so I fully believe in this. But I was curious if there was any research into some of the mental health benefits that come from getting kids outdoors.
Yes. So Children in Nature Network has a research director who has quite a lot of history. Is that the right word? Knowledge, studies. What am I trying to say, David? Research. She has a lot of research to back up some of the mental health supports. But we've seen like lower levels of aggression in children. They are calmer. What's the word? They experience like less anxiety. David, I think, just dropped the link in there which I would recommend you go look at because I'm doing a very terrible job of trying to represent all of the the years of research in there. But yes, mental health is really a great benefit. And it's important, Julie, that you call that out, especially because I do think we spend a lot of time talking about academic results, but specifically post-pandemic, even before, but specifically pandemic after COVID. The focus has been on reducing some of the stress and negative mental health outcomes that kids have experienced.
And also so real quick on this research library, as she was saying, Dr. Kathy Jordan from the University of Minnesota, we also get her part-time, and this is a great tool, just FYI, for your report or for you as a legislator, that you can really drill down into what you're trying to look for in this database. And our staff actually help curate a short synopsis so you don't, if you're not research minded, because I can't read that 100 pages and know exactly what it's saying. And so there's a great synopsis there. We're happy to help with that as well. If you're ever looking for something specific in this process, reach out to Kendall. We're happy to look that up for you. Also, we're about to partner with the National Caucus of Environmental Legislators, NCEL, and we're actually going to be putting together some information on really kind of uplifting the mental health benefits and its tie to policy. So for exactly what you're wanting, we're going to be doing here in the next couple of months, and I'll make sure we get that over to you.
Thank you so much. I've visited some of the schools that take advantage of the school garden programs, and I found that I sometimes find kids outside and their teachers will say this is, one of the best things for them. You mentioned the pandemic, but post-pandemic and post that isolation, just being outside and feeling part of nature with the school garden afterwards. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Julie.
Right.
Brandy raised a hand if we have time. I don't know.
Yeah, Brandy, go ahead.
Mental health professional here. I'm a school counselor and we do have an outdoor garden. It's tough to upkeep and run it. So Julie, if you ever want to visit or speak to me about the mental health benefits, I'm willing to give you research and data on it as well.
That would be wonderful. Thank you. I did bring legislation last session to put more money into school gardens in the state, and I truly believe in it. So thank you, and I'll definitely stay in touch.
Great.
One other tool that I just want to put in here real quick is the Youth Outdoor Policy Playbook. And this is a partnership from several organizations that really is trying to uplift outdoor and child sort of focused policies across the country. And it now has several years of sort of a database of these different policies. And there's some case studies. We're actually revamping it right now. So going to be adding even more over the next several months. But just a great tool. And again, happy to walk through it if folks would like at some point.
All right, thank you.
Assemblywoman Mosca just helped me remember the National Teacher of the Year from Clark a few years ago. Juliana, I will not pronounce this, Erdabe, but I remember meeting her. She was doing gardens in the schools, right?
So.
Yeah, we'll look that's something we'll look up later, I guess. Thank you so much for your presentation. That was terrific. We'll move on to agenda item number 6 now, and we'll have a presentation from Roz Brooks, Nature Everywhere Vision Lab presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. So we were able to go and experience what a Vision Lab is. So it was a 3-day conference bringing together leaders from a broad range of disciplines, all committed to the health and well-being of children in their communities. And so it was really wonderful meeting others in different states across the country who are implementing these things already. We were able to take a field trip and kind of see it in action. I feel like now if we went to Vision Lab, I get a whole lot more out of it, Kendall, now that we've been doing this for a while and really have a clear understanding. So I'll be excited to, maybe we will have a chance to do another one. One of the programs that really sticks out, so in Philadelphia, they have a program called Prescribe Outside. And it's they've collaborated with the school district, the hospital, the pediatricians, the Department of Ag, a couple of nonprofits. So all of them coming together to do this. And so doctors are literally prescribing outside to the parents. And so the parents have to, take them outside X amount of minutes, whatever that prescription is. And I do believe, like they also provide the funding to be able to get to the park or get to the closest area. And I thought, that is amazing. Like, I would just love for us to be able to explore doing something like that as well. So that's one program that we were able to learn about. Another one, we took a field trip to a nonprofit who they have like this nature space, like the whole back of the building is just woods and trails and all of that. And so schools come there for field trips. And so they have a curriculum once the teacher brings the students there, and it's usually science-based, and it's aligned with their standards with the schools. So I thought that's another great thing that we could do here in Nevada. Those nonprofits who may have that kind of space. Like, I started Vegas's first urban garden in Las Vegas called Vegas Roots Community Garden, and it was on 5 acres of land. And we had children come in there all the time during field trips because we were raising chickens and we had bees. And so they were really able to just experience nature right down the street from their house or from their school.
Very cool.
So those are other things that we could look at. So as Melanie and I were saying, our goal here in Nevada is to connect our children to nature more equitably as we look at a menu of options and strategies, right, for our communities. We will answer those questions, some of the questions that came out in Vision Lab. Do we, our city, have sufficient experiences and programs if we even wanted to offer equitable access to nature to our children? Do we have anything currently? Do we have sufficient infrastructure and nature-based unstructured play opportunities for our kids if we wanted to offer equitable access to nature? And are we moving toward policies and budgets within our growing commitment to connecting children to nature? So swapping out blacktops for trees and gardens and up-to-date nature-based play equipment, delivers, as they were just talking about, a host of benefits to our students, emotional, to mental, to academics. And I think it's important too, like one thing that I learned from the Vision Lab is to understand that some of the project's most important benefits may be harder to see, and in this era of every single thing has to be measured and documented and we need numbers, like there's just a lot of stuff that we just may not be able to see, but it's still of great benefit. So I think that definitely has to be built in, some kind of way into the plan as we are convincing the state for the funds to be able to do this. One school in New Jersey who said that their test scores went from improved 6% overall once they incorporated nature-based learning. And one thing that they said was with doing surveys on the kids after they did school transformation, the kids said that they felt seen and supported, and so that's just showing emotionally and mentally just how big of a benefit that is. And I think that that's just huge for even a child to be able to articulate something to that effect, like, wow, you guys really care about us, And so decades of research, have definitely supported being outdoors with having, we just flat out need air, fresh air, oxygen, sunlight, and all that to truly thrive. And I think we, even as adults, know this to be true, because how different is it when you go on vacation to Hawaii and you're just laying out on the ocean, or when you're at the beach in California, or when you rent a cabin in the mountains, you literally your brain just transforms. You forget about the world, you forget about your problem, you forget about everything, and we all desire to have that every year in our life, at least for a week or two, right? We're always trying to do that. And so imagine if our children were having this experience every day or a few days a week, how transforming that would be. And so Vision Lab, in a nutshell, provided that dedicated in-person planning and learning time for us to help to move the needle forward with this vision. So.
Next presenter is not here yet. Are there any questions for Roz, I guess, first?
Anyone have any questions? Any follow-up?
No, but I would echo what Roz is saying about, and this is especially just from recent experiences, we have to fight for funding to support this, right? We need it from the Department of Education to make this a requirement, right? Because right now teachers are bogged down, right? Adding this to their schedule, to their curriculum, they're just like, oh my gosh. But even if we're like an organization like ours who provides this to teachers, all you literally have to do is sign up. We come to you, it's free. Sometimes it's just the whole concept of, oh my gosh, it's just one more thing to do.
Yeah.
But the disturbing thing that's happening, so we're a 20-year-old nonprofit organization. We've been doing this for 20 years. And now this is all these studies are finally coming out that we've been seeing for so long. Traditional partners such as State Parks Recreation Trails Program, right? Nevada Outdoor School had a 17-year long relationship. Strong reporting, on time, results driven. Because we are also education, which is no doubt that we try to work into, because we're serving a diverse audience, right? We've got the hikers, we've got the motorized, we've got the equestrians, we've got the snowmobilers, all of this, but we are education. There's no doubt about it. They have made a shift that it is all right now, typically most of this federal funding is going towards acres, miles, and facilities. Education is taking a back seat. Rec Trails program, 5% of their $1.2 million goes to education.
Wow.
Our grants have been averaging between $120,000 and $150,000 a year, right? Great, but now we've been literally kicked to the curb because they've already given out the education money in this last round, right? What we're doing is they're now shifting us towards this Nevada Division of Recreation, which is good. But when you're talking a funding pool of 250,000 compared to 1.2 million, and now we've been kicked to the curb essentially because we're education, and that's true. We are education, but we have to fight for that being a priority. We have to fight for the funding to back it up, or it's just going to get kicked to the curb also. So I'm just really excited about this. This working group. So again, we can fight for this, because it's a disturbing trend I'm seeing, is that the education component of outdoor ethics, right? Ethical behavior is now just really taking a dive. And for me, as a provider for all these years, it's disturbing. We need to fight, and we need to get some funding in place so we can continue doing what we're doing and get into these schools and these cities and these counties and make it a norm.
It's always about funding, isn't it?
It's always about funding, and that's huge. I mean, even if we are able to go back and fight for more, for us, it's a good $100,000 cut for no fault of our own. Just because a couple people on their advisory council or committee has decided that education should not be funded out of this diverse and motorized type thing.
And you said that was a federal grant?
That's a federal grant. It comes from federal highway funds.
Okay.
It's Rec Trails program. This is another thing. We have been nationally recognized 3 times for this, not just in the state.
Right.
And like I said, I'm a little bit bitter about getting kicked out. it wasn't just us, it was like tread lightly too, but nobody else is out there providing this. You know, so, and the whole new Nevada sport, right? This, like, we fit right into it. We're getting people outside, time spent outdoors. That is our metric, time spent outdoors. And it's getting to that, so we need to fight for it.
I see Assemblywoman Mosca taking a lot of notes. Do you have any follow-up from a legislative standpoint?
I would say from a legislative standpoint, just trying to think, I agree with you. I think that's the number one thing. I think one thing from the, small politics side is the bill was brought by the speaker, which is a very good sign that people really want this. I'm pretty sure I'll be on the education committee next time, so that's good too. But I think it's all about kind of that question I asked is, how do we tie in also to other budgets so that it makes sense? So if we have like weatherization budget, then how can we somehow tie this into there? If we know our rural schools really need capital improvements, how do we make sure that it's just required now? It's part of it. Or if we have curriculum grants. So I think it's just, how do you make it system-wide versus just we got it funded once at this level and we got to beg for it to be funded again.
One-shot funding.
Yeah.
And that's
Make it
always
not
part of it too,
one-shot.
right? I, as a nonprofit, I use this analogy of baking a cake, right? No one funding source is ever going to give you all the ingredients to bake your cake. They're only going to give you your flour and the sugar. You got to go over here and get your eggs and your butter and, that sort of thing. And so it's always, you have to work collaboratively because it's nearly impossible for one funding source to fund all of that. It's never going to be that way.
Thank you. Yes, Ross.
I do want to add to, as first thing is, and I sent Kendall this report on a study about anxiety in children and how this is the first time in history that anxiety in youth and teens has been really, really high, right? The second part of that is obesity. It is at its highest in children in history, right? And so obese children are going to grow into adults with all kinds of health issues. I think it's something like 30% of fifth graders have high blood pressure.
Jeez.
Fifth graders. I was a kindergarten teacher, but now kindergartners, 50% are overweight or obese. And that's just at 5 years old. And so when you talk about like funding being pulled and, all of this, like this is important or we won't have adults to run this country to run where we just won't. And so it has to take precedence in addition, with all the other academic funds that
Right.
Just have to.
If you haven't heard in your districts yet, where every district is piloting what's called Portrait of a Learner or Portrait of a Graduate. I don't know if you've heard about that a little bit, but we're all piloting it. And one of the things that we talk about a lot is, yes, we're going to have those accountability measures, right? We're going to have our SBAC scores and our, proficiency tests and, ACT scores and things like that. But if our only, like what we ask in Story County, because we're going through the process now, if our only goal is to get the kid across the state, we failed.
Mm-hmm.
That's my opinion. And so what skill sets do we want our learners to have? And so every district's going through this pilot as a learner and also as a graduate, because as you referenced, we're in the middle of a mental health crisis.
Mm-hmm.
So some of the skills that we want our kids to have is, can they do a wellness check? Can they use outdoor, like we're going to have outdoor recreation and our portrait of a learner or portrait of a graduate, because we think it addresses a lot of those things that are, they're really important besides just the test score or getting the kid across the stage.
Well, sadly, they're not always our kids getting supported at home like we should. I mean, we had a student, or again, we've been doing this 20 years. This has only happened once. So that's the upside to it. We had a kid literally try to strangle himself at summer camp a couple of years ago. And it was at Great Basin National Park. The parents were from Battle Mountain and were not into going and picking that kid up. So we had to send staff in the middle of the night to go retrieve this kid, but so we've got to support them at the school level to give them these healthy activities.
Yes.
So for Todd, I thought that it was really interesting that you were talking about how pushing indoor, or not necessarily, but outdoor education curriculum on teachers can sometimes be a burden because these teachers will be bogged down. They already have no teaching. So do you know of some way that we can get large scale or even like medium scale feedback from teachers on what types of programs they're interested in? Do we have like some way to get polls from teachers about what exactly or how they would like this curriculum to be taught?
I can speak to that. Yeah. So that's actually kind of our next steps following this meeting. So we'll talk a little bit more about what that looks like at the end of the day. But yes, we're going to be soliciting feedback from all kinds of groups, including teachers, and getting some support from our Nature Everywhere partners on how we solicit that feedback. And but yes, I think teachers, students, NAS, the Teachers Association, right? There's all kinds of different groups that we can tap into, and we'll be polling everybody in the group to see like who do you want us to talk to, who should we solicit feedback from for these various ideas that we're going to be putting forward. So thank you for bringing that up. Thank you. And yes, we will be into that.
Great question. Thank you. Can you follow up?
I just have a comment, Andrew Snyder. And I just want to make sure that, whatever we do, so your guys' points is that teachers have so much on their plates that we need to have something in place that's going to support them as much as they need, because I have 3 or 4 family members in my immediate family who are teachers, and I can't tell you how many times, every time we have a get together, I just got another thing put on my plate. I just got another thing put on my plate. And I agree. I think this is a priority, health and physical education. Of course, I want,
Right.
This aligns perfect with my content areas, and I push my content areas all the time. But I do think that it's going to be something that we have to find some sort of consistent support for our teachers, whether that's coming from the Department of Ed or how we do that. But
I think a big step is support your nonprofit organizations that can support your teachers.
Make it fun for the teachers. If they do art outside, it's fun getting them outside, and it's doing something that's making it a fun project, not only for the kids or for the teacher instead of a burden. Like go outside and do the art, paint on a rock, do a science project outside.
I feel like I'm really happy to hear that Portrait of a Learner includes the outdoor ed aspect into it, because something that I, in my position, teach is that like the outdoors is not a place you go to. Like wildlife is in your backyard. Like these are things that you don't go to. You're living among them. That this should be something that is a part of your daily life. That's why it's so closely linked to our health. So like
We don't do it outside because we're all busy.
well, the solution is that it's not something extra. This is the way it should be ingrained in everything. When we talk about DEI initiatives, it shouldn't be something separate. This is how you do everything. So in my mind, it's like, how can we, do teachers need to be supported, or is it a complete retraining of how do we teach math? How do we teach all of these things? Thinking about green schoolyards, even just having, Children in Nature Network is a great example, because the book, I'm totally blanking on it, but Richard Lou's book. Just even having your office window with something green and not a parking lot has results, positive results. And I just think about how that is how we should be thinking about these things, that it's not an extra step. It's not something tacked on. It's something that's weaved through.
And I tell you, as a former educator, I taught with CCSD for 8 years. Thinking about this, I agree with what you're saying. I don't think that teachers would necessarily consider it a burden. One, because it's going to be aligned with the standards that they're already teaching. And so now, just instead of looking from the classroom to the playground, instead of teaching within the walls, you're just teaching that same thing outdoors. And as you just said,
Gives them a
it's nice for teachers to get outdoors. And so anytime something would be put on my plate as an educator. If it was something like that, it wasn't put on my plate. It was a relief. Like, I can get the kids outside, do the same lesson. They're going to be a lot more engaged because they are outside, they are looking at nature. So I really think that teachers are going to welcome this because they're teaching the exact same lesson. You're just doing it
I
outside.
mean, some teachers teach the same lesson 6 times a day
Yeah.
to the 6 kids in my 6th grade daughter. That's what she teaches. That poor English teacher teaches the same thing 6 times throughout the day and breaking it up and having every other class, different days go outside.
Exactly.
Break something up for the
I
teachers
think
day.
It's going to be a welcome.
Yeah, I know when we talked with Speaker Yeager kind of about his movement too, or some of his ideas around this group is he emphasized like, let's try and avoid mandates for teachers, right? But like instead build those supportive structures like infrastructure that can help them take their classes outside, like funding that can bring in partners to help take the load. We do need to move on.
That's good. That's a good problem.
Yeah.
We're having some really good discussions, right?
Yeah.
Because I agree with you. I mean, what are there's 4 words that all teachers say when they're given a mandate: this too shall pass. So I think if those resources are there and they're provided for them, and we're saying this is not additional work for you. It's like a little clock kit, right?
Mhm.
You know, it's all there for you. It's not a lot of additional work for you. You're just gonna have it in a different place.
Just helps with their burnout doing the same thing.
Right. Okay, we're told we have to move on. Thank you for the discussion. Item number 7, state workforce needs presentation, Nevada Division of Force.
Yes, thanks.
Someone move up here.
Morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Morning. Well, thanks for having us here today.
Thank you.
I wanted to jump in. So I'm Casey, the State Forester Fire Warden for the Nevada Division of Forestry. This is Eric Anpel, the Deputy of Operations for the division. So this is kind of timely discussion. Obviously, trees are very beneficial. Outdoor education is important to us as well. We're in the business of this, so just, I don't know what I'm supposed to present here today. We have funding that comes to us from the U.S. Forest Service to provide education to teachers, and it's through Project Learning Tree to provide curricula and criteria for outdoor education and those types of things. So that's one of the alternatives we have toward this. One of the other things we're having a deficiency, obviously, in the workforce everywhere. One of the biggest ones we're seeing is foresters, trained professional foresters out of forestry school. Wildland firefighters, for us, come to us usually directly out of high school, maybe sometimes out of a 2-year college. So what we have been doing is working with the Department of Education on trying to figure out how our criteria would fit into the state TE program for ag. There's a lot of them out there. They're very ag focused. We'd like to make sure that we could try, especially in the rural parts of Nevada where we're currently trying to hire our workforces, how do we get that education in early to create a love and excitement of, one, forestry, foresters, people whom we could train that maybe don't anticipate going to a 4-year college, which is how we usually got them before. Traditional 4-year degree, coming out, bachelor's of science into the forestry field. So we're trying to figure out a pathway where you could start in high school. If you didn't ever go on, you could come directly into our workforce and go into wildland firefighting or forestry. Range management. I mean, we don't have a lot of forests. I know, I recognize that we're much bigger. Range, watershed. And then on the flip side, wildland firefighting is not something that's traditionally taught in those ag fields. We provide all the training in-house for wildland firefighters to the national standard. So it doesn't matter to us if they come in, but if they could start in high school, get that love for doing this kind of work, and then come to us with that. If they never went on, it would build a bridge between the community college courses they have on wildland firefighting and or into like the university's programs on forestry, if that was of interest and available to them. So just as, I don't know if there's more you want me to say, but I'm happy to answer any questions. I mean, that's really where our interest lies, is trying to get the workforce in there. Also, just trying to get more kids outdoors. I think for what we're seeing in the lack of workforce is the fact that, you know, video games are more exciting.
Yeah.
I actually jokingly go around, I'm not really joking, but I have gone to everybody trying to figure out how I get like a forestry video game where it's like cool and the helicopters are fighting fire and Smokey's coming and jumping out, because it's like maybe then kids would be like, oh, that seems cool. So if, you know, we need that produced, one. But on the other side, it's like, and we could educate as they played the game.
Right.
So maybe that would be a winning tool, but
And to kind of pick up from the discussion you guys were just having around health, right? As the Division of Forestry, we push a lot of kind of towards more the general public of how beneficial being in the forest is to your health. So it's scientifically based, you know, being around trees, they release, you know, chemicals that.
he can't say it,
I can.
because every time he says something, you're fighting science.
Fighting science. Yeah, that, you know, that help with depression and other things. So, even outside of just this, your backyard, this is where, you know, you're going to live, how to take care of your natural environment. You know, there is dramatic health benefits just having children in, you know, in the outdoors.
Yeah, and what I should have said too, one of the things when we were talking to the point earlier that we heard of, you know, teachers are overburdened, that is something that we can offer. That was one of the things with the CTE, not just we, NDF, but we, the collective, those of us in, you know, land management and wildland firefighting, we have a lot of experts in this field. And so instead of making a teacher teach something that they aren't an expert in, we're happy to provide that help and come in for a week or come in for a month. We do it with the universities. We worked on the curricula with the Lake Tahoe campus when they were building a forestry school. So we're happy to do that. And we are limited in staff, but the Forest Service has staff, the BLM has staff, our partners have staff. There's NGOs in the state that have staff. So we're happy to help coordinate that too, to help take some of that burden off if that's helpful.
Yeah, Casey and I were in a presentation with the Natural Resource Committee yesterday, and before us, DRI presented. And I learned something from
They're
DRI.
cool. Yeah, they are. They're cool.
And they had a fair amount of training and curriculum that they could offer to educators as a kit. So on their website, you just go into a certain section and just request the kit, and it's delivered to the school with postage to ship it back when that lesson's completed. So maybe there's something like that would be an opportunity. So it's not logistically challenging to get supplies or whatnot. So.
Yeah. And we have Smokey always available to join the party. So
The iconic Smokey.
yes. Yeah, 80th birthday this year. So
Okay.
yes, we'll be celebrating and we are working actually right now with all the libraries around the state, because they're doing for Smokey's 80th, they're doing a reading challenge. And so there's a lot of requests for Smokey appearances. So we'll be trying to tie all that in to trying to get kids, you know, reading books of the outdoors or
Right.
learning about Smokey, and then we'll be there trying to help educate as well.
Do you guys still have funding in your conservation and education grant? We have a grant and there's somebody new. I've just been told to wait till they figure out what to do.
Oh, is it James?
No, yeah, it's your person. The guy's still on.
Yeah.
That's a federal grant as well.
It's just state.
Us,
Okay.
they get the conservation ed money through the Forest Service's state and private forestry funding.
Okay.
So they give us a very minimal amount of money for the conservation ed program. And we do work with like Great Basin Institute, Nevada Outdoor, you know, and we basically provide curriculum teachers to try to, you know, get kids who are going to camps into this education stuff. So I will find out who's new. I thought it was James that was taking.
Well, I think James is not available anymore. That's what the information I got, because that's originally my signature.
Okay, I'll figure it out.
I'm all supportive of wildland fighter, and I think one of the other things that you guys maybe should, I don't know, maybe it's not a big deal. For me, it was a big deal. My husband, Mike Ricciaga, you know him, I've met before.
Yes, yeah.
He retired at 53 years old with a 30-year career.
Yeah.
With good pension. You know what I mean? And back in the day, that used to be important, and I don't know that kids are seeing that value as much as they should, because man, we're gonna be in a world of hurt if we don't measure ourselves.
It's hard work. I mean, there's
hard work.
nothing that we do.
And he wanted to give up multiple
isn't
times,
hard.
you know, throw up his hands and quit. But it was that end result. He's like, I can make it to that 30 years. I can make it, you know, and I
Wondering
can see
if I
the,
can.
the light at the end of the tunnel that it is. And there's a lot of sacrifice involved in that as well.
There is, and firefighters for us are under a different retirement, so they actually are 25, well, they were 25 and out. I think they're 28 and a half and out now, but there's a lot of benefits. That's been something that we've had to learn to educate our new staff on, which is something, I'm like a financial advisor, a counselor, all of the things inside of being state forester. Because there's, I don't know, maybe like part of it is how do you save money? These guys are making a lot of money on overtime in certain years.
Yeah.
How do we help provide the tools to like be successful?
Financial literacy, right?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, so I work for the Department of Wildlife and we have a similar issue. And I know we've talked about this too, that like, where is the disconnect here? Because wildlife jobs are sexy. Everyone wants to work with animals. But we can't get qualified applicants. But I'm young enough that I have friends that are in college or like about to graduate or have been working seasonal positions for 10 years and still can't get a job. So I'm seeing both ends. Like I'm seeing qualified people that like maybe they can't get through the state hiring system. And then I'm seeing our hiring and not seeing enough qualified applicants, like having to free float jobs over again that are full-time permanent jobs with benefits, with a pension, all of these things. And I just don't know where the disconnect is. Like there's a missing link.
One of the things that Endor is doing, thanks to Kendall bringing it to our attention last year when the incline school was absorbed by UNR, is to make sure that we push forward more outdoor recreation education degree opportunities or certification opportunities. So we're working with both UNR and UNLV to see where there are gaps in employment for outdoor recreation and related STEM programs and trying to push forward so that we're creating exactly the areas of gaps that you guys are seeing and making sure that we fill opportunities that maybe kids don't know exist. I think that a lot of kids go, oh, I'm going to major in business. I'm going to major in psychology, all the normal things, which is great. But, I'm going to make Kendall tell her story here. Sorry to put you on the spot, but she's kind of the poster child for somebody who maybe wasn't going to go to college, who wasn't going to go through any kind of program and found outdoor recreation, went, oh, I didn't even know that like you could have a career doing this. So could you please briefly tell your story? So sorry.
I never should have told her this story.
Sorry.
I wasn't a great student. When I was in the public school system, I didn't go to school. I had a lot of truancy issues. Was essentially bribed into trying a semester of college. And in that semester found outdoor recreation and found out that it was something I was good at and loved and was interested in. And, in a nutshell, now I have a master's degree and was the last person anyone expected to do that because I got to balance my learning, right? I had outdoor skills courses that helped me also thrive in more academic areas, which I think is something that we can look to see for all kids, right?
So when you say in college you found outdoor recreation, in what form? Was it a class?
I just looked at the major list. You had to like declare a major when you're registered. And I was like, oh, I like to play outside. And then I was involved in some like volunteer opportunities on campus, leading outdoor trips and things like that. So.
And I think that sometimes those degrees are buried in other programs and kids can't find them. I know that Arizona extinguished their program because they didn't have enough people applying for that degree. And they went and when they started to say they were going to get rid of it, everyone's like, well, what are you doing? And they went, well, no one's applying for it. And they went, well, it's buried under the econ Like no one was finding it and going, oh, I guess they don't have it anymore. They're going to pick something else. So I think it's important that we title things appropriately and make them easy to find when we're making maybe new legislation going forward to say that there's these outdoor recreation opportunities and that we're not just doing it to get kids outside, but we're helping fulfill employment gaps throughout the state at the state and the federal level, even at the public sector. And I think if we are trying to attract more business and industry here for outdoor recreation, the REIs, the Columbias of the world, that we need to make sure that we're fulfilling those gaps and making it clear that the opportunities exist. Because what if she had never found dug deep enough? So I think we need to make it clear.
Bring something up that I found in my career too that I think is important, and why I really like your high school is that for wildlife, like a lot of biologists would not recommend their kids go into wildlife. It's very difficult. The jobs don't pay.
Yeah.
So I always kind of cringe a little thinking about encouraging students to get an expensive degree in something where, like, I don't know if you're going to get a job. I don't know if you're going to get a paying job. And so we're encouraging, because that's actually a problem in universities, is having sexy sounding degrees and then they can't get a job with that in that degree. And so something to consider is, like, do kids need a degree to do the thing that we want them to do?
Right.
So, like, can we train them in high school, save them a bunch of money, and have really qualified students to do these jobs?
Yeah, I think to your point, that's why we want to also create a certification opportunity at the university level, and not just you have to go to school for 4 years, but is there a 1 year or 2 year program that maybe, like through the Division of Forestry or Forest Service, that we can help create certification opportunities directly to your point? Because 4-year degree is not quick turn time for you guys to fill your job gaps. But I wanted to point out before I forget, Casey, sorry to interrupt. Galena High School just started an outdoor academy. Thank you to Assemblywoman Mosca for sending that to us. I think that that's a great pilot and a good model for us to look into. We've reached out to them, at her back yet, but to make sure that we help them foster whatever program they're doing and how we can help with any kind of curriculum, or, Kendall is well-versed in any kind of curriculum or education opportunities that they want to help to fulfill their projects, but they have kind of a good outline already. So we'll to be determined, but we'll help share those updates with you guys to see if maybe those are the things we can do at every high school in the state. So.
And I would suggest too, I think it's great to hearing all the different points, and everybody has expertise. We have the Higher Ed Commission is meeting right now. You have the K-12 Innovation Commission is meeting. If our, group can have all of these recommendations with the apprentices and the internships, plus the 4-year degree, plus the businesses, plus, you all really talking about, we don't have its workforce. We owe them money. How do we integrate all these systems? I think if we came out at the end of the day with something that addresses all of it and shows like the PK through employment pipeline, it's a little easier for people to hopefully rally around it, because then people don't feel like, oh, this is just for college or just for trade. It's actually the whole continuum. And then you can find a lot of funding streams too. Like for you all, I don't know if you get WIOA funds, but that would make sense for workforce development, and then backwards map it this way. But I just think it makes us more palatable for less people to be against it if it's everything. But then it's like you're saying, it's the foundation. So it's not just this one thing, it's the whole.
Yeah, and I think that's, to our point, if we get them early in high school, your pathway into forest or into outdoor recreation is very similar to almost every forester's out there. They've done surveys, the American Forestry Foundation, we all found it. I come from a long line of people who work for the school district. They did not want me to go into forestry. I would not get a high paying job. So I laughed when I got the lowest paying job in the state of Nevada, making $10 an hour. My dad, after college, I'm like, got a job in forestry. And he was like, yeah. And you're, yeah, okay, we'll see where you go. but,
Look at you now.
yeah, he's very proud now, but I think that's part of the problem. It's like, they don't see themselves. We don't always need everyone who comes out of a four-year degree. We have worked with the University of Nevada, with the BLM ourselves in the Forest Service on what we realized early on is firefighters and foresters are almost like two very different humans, definitely two different humans, but actually knowing what the other one does is helpful to both of them. So we worked with the university to create a certification program for our wildland firefighters because they are everyday fuels managers and every day they're doing foresters work. And so how do we give them the skills enough to actually, and so we've done that as well. We've put our people through, we pay for that. They come through Forest Service grants to try to push them through these things. So I think we just have to get in the door early. And to the point earlier, it's different in different parts of the state. Southern Nevada doesn't have a forestry degree that I could find. If it is, it's really buried under there. But what we need in Southern Nevada too, it's not just forests, it's urban forests. We have a huge urban forestry program. Trees in cities matter almost as much as trees out in nature to human health. And so there's a bunch of benefits, not only just shade and cooling, since we have two of the fastest warming cities in the nation, Washoe and Vegas. So we need to figure out how we're going to get trees in Vegas. It's not like we're replanting. There weren't trees in Vegas to begin with. So we are actually trying to defy the laws of nature to try to get trees into this place in this very hot and it's not a lot of water. And so like, how do we channel water to create trees to make shade so that the city stops warming? But that is a whole nother industry, tree care industry. All of the folks who need to be pruning and properly planting these trees because it starts when you plant it. So like there's different avenues into forestry. The traditional thought of what forestry is very, very different to us who work in it every day. So there's all kinds of ways. And that's what we presented to for the CTE programs. It's like, we will send people, we'll come help you, help us develop a curricula that works in the areas where it works.
Well, I have to apologize because I used to be a wildland firefighter in education. And it was with the BLM. And you answered one of the questions I had already about how you partner with BLM and higher education. Because another issue was, all my best friends, they still fight fire. So in order for them to move up, they had to have, certain certifications, certain degrees and et cetera. So the BLM sponsored and paid for their schooling. So those guys that have been there a long time can move up into higher positions. But one thing that I did want to mention is that, and this is my personal opinion, not the public health. So, but I do think that middle school gets forgotten about a lot of times.
Yeah.
And everybody talks about we need to get into high schools. You don't have to drill into the middle school, but I think introducing and getting into middle schools helps pique that interest just enough. And then once you go to the middle school and then, you see them in high school again, they're like, oh, I remember you. Yeah. And then you have that relationship built a little bit to where you have a little bit more of a influence and whatnot to encourage some of these kids to take some of the outdoor.
Well, that's where the mental health starts shifting too, is that that's sixth grade.
Middle school is a rough place. I have a kid in there right now and it's just like their hormones and their tempers and their mental health is just because they don't know where they are. They're leaving being a kid in elementary school to being an adult, like being held more responsible. So it is, middle school needs the most of all of this that we're talking about to breed better humans.
There's another big shift that we've seen recently in education. 4 years ago, I was at Western Nevada College graduation ceremonies. And I was sitting with the president, Dr. Vince Solis, and just telling him how cool it was and stuff. And he goes, what else do you see? And I said, I don't know. And he goes, you're missing something. And I didn't. And he says, where are the males at? And it's called the Vanishing Male College Student. And a lot of our male students are not seeing the value in a four-year degree with $150,000 worth of debt, which is the average of when you come out. So like I said, these certificate programs, we're seeing a lot of, this is internationally, not just in America, but we're seeing a shift in that to, to get those certificate programs, to get those people, those skills where they can go right into the workforce. And with that, because I think Kendall's about to kick me. We're gonna move on. Kendall has a couple really cool things. Our goal is to break, if y'all are okay, we can get through it if you want. We'll have about one more hour, but we're gonna move around a little bit. We'd like to break around 11:30. She's got a couple
We have a
pretty cool activities.
nature walk schedule, so we gotta stay on schedule.
And we'll reconvene at 1 o'clock, so we'll have plenty of time to check phones and do all those non-outdoor recreation things that are part of life, so.
Yeah. We're gonna do a couple things first, though. We go ahead and move to.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Casey, Eric.
Thank you.
See you, Joe. Thank you.
Okay, so you should all have a copy of the strategy
Bye, guys.
for advancing outdoor education in front of you. Hopefully you've all had a chance to read this ahead of time as well, just get an overview. If not, I would encourage you to do that maybe during the lunch hour and a half. And we're gonna drill down on some of these examples, these case studies today. So what I'm gonna do first is kind of do an example of how we're going to look at these case studies using probably my favorite, which actually is not in this because it's a really long one because I interviewed the guy and it was a whole thing. But so we're going to look first at Plumas County School District Outdoor Corps. And our neighbors in California have implemented this program in Plumas County. And essentially, it's been going on for almost 30 years now. And it is a district level program called Outdoor Corps or Mountain Kid. And it started 28 or 29 years ago now with a pilot year just for fourth graders. Their goal was to use science standards and a placemaking focus to mainstream outdoor education locally. After the pilot year, they kind of started adding one grade at a time until now it's implemented throughout their entire K through 12 school system. So what this outdoor core looks like, there's several elements to it, and I want to highlight some of those, including infrastructure. So a lot of what we heard earlier from Melanie and David, they have implemented living schoolyards that include on-campus outdoor classrooms at every school in the district. They also work with a local land trust group, as well as many other nonprofit partners to increase access for schools to learning landscapes, which are typically which are all within a 10-minute walk of campus to field sites that have larger areas with trails, where the students get to participate regularly in stewardship opportunities, and again, have outdoor classrooms often at these sites. Another key element to this program is that they have yearly science-focused themes. And the program kind of permeates other subject areas, but is primarily science-focused. And so like in kindergarten, they focus on the garden, and in fifth grade, they focus on birding. And in sixth grade, they look at the watershed. All of these focus themes are place-based, right? So they're all focused on Plumas County and, the Feather River that runs through there, which is really, really awesome. They're all integrated into NGSS or Next Generation Science Standards. And, all of the teachers and classes spend regular time outdoors. That looks a little bit different depending upon the teacher. So they get to kind of buy in at their own comfort level, whether that's they're spending, some of them spend a couple hours every month outside, in these classrooms, some of them do it weekly, but they get to kind of buy in at their own level. Other, key elements, like I said, they have a lot of local partner organizations, nonprofits, land trusts, federal land managers, who kind of help keep this going. A lot of those nonprofit and federal management partners serve as science mentors for teachers, which is really cool. So they dedicate a certain number of hours every year to supporting teachers in their curriculum, in, coming into their classrooms and, participating in delivery of curricula. So there's a lot of local buy-in. Everyone's kind of involved in this.
Who are the science mentors typically?
US Fish and Wildlife, nonprofits like Sierra Nevada Journeys, which is also in Nevada. So education providers, land managers, biologists, those kinds of people. They also, I think another key element that makes this work is personnel. They have built-in capacity at the district level. So what's his name? I think it was Rob. It was Rob Wade. He started this program and he serves as the Outdoor Core Program Coordinator. He provides consistent vision. He helps the teachers, find curriculum and find grants for field trips and coordinate with those local partners. He also provides yearly teacher training and ongoing support and check-ins with teachers to help them continue this program. All right. So all these are just some words of advice he gave me. If you're looking to implement a similar type of program, he said, create a compelling model and pilot. And once you've created that, don't retreat, right? Maintain that programming. If you can't grow, at least try to maintain, connect to that local place, that community identity and values, and, have foundational pillars that are kind of guiding throughout as the program continues and grows. So you're going to look at this type of information around a couple of different programs. We're going to break out in small groups, and you've got some worksheets that you're going to have. They look like this. We're going to be back in school for a little bit. Sorry, Sean. I thought you might have escaped school for the day, but not really. So the questions are going to be, what are the mechanisms for connecting kids or schools to the outdoors in your case study, right? So for Columbus County, that includes outdoor classrooms and laboratories, both on and off campus, the curriculum, and then the teacher support and training. Key elements to success. As you're looking at your case study, what stands out that you think is making this work for whatever your case study is, right? So in this case, I think it's partnership. And I think it's that personnel, that capacity that's built in at the district level is also really key. Are there weaknesses or barriers in this case study, particularly as it applies to, okay, how could we implement this in Nevada, or how could we implement this at a policy level, right? So, if we're looking at one district level case study, maybe that doesn't make sense statewide, right? But how can we support, support districts who want to do something like this, right? So maybe that looks like a technical assistant or grant program for individual districts to develop and implement their own outdoor core programs. So that's just an example of what this looks like. So next we are going to go into, for public meeting purposes, we're going to go into recess. And we're going to break out into small groups because we will not be in quorum, we'll be in recess. And you guys are going to have 2 case studies each. And let's do about 10 minutes on each case study. And then, so you've got some materials to look at those case studies that you can read together, or, read on your own and then come back together and talk about them. And then just kind of go over your 2, or kind of fill out your little worksheets so you can report back to the larger group about what you found for your case studies. So our first group, I've asked a few people to kind of lead these 2. So Julie, this is going to be Julie's group, so you can go meet with her. Is also going to include Melanie and Aston. And y'all are going to look at a joint use agreement and an environmental literacy plan. And then we have Andrew's group. It's going to be actually just you 3 right here. So Todd, Erica, and Andrew. We're going to look at the cool toolkit and the schoolyard's forest system. Roz is going to lead, just Sean actually, I think. I'm going to be with people online, so we'll get Roz and Sean together. You guys are going to look at outdoor school, international heritage museums.
Give me next up.
And then for those online, and Steve, if you want to join a group, feel free. And then for those online, I'm going to drop another meeting link in the chat, and we're going to go meet for a little bit in this link, at this link. So I think that's Brandy and Julie, if you're still on thing as well, we're gonna go meet over there. All right, and then we'll reconvene at 11:03.
So.
Is the one lap thing?
Two
All
laps.
right.
What time do you need right now?
Anyway, I don't remember what state. There was
You know,
a
like
water
school,
but,
their classroom was in here.
Yeah,
current plate.
it's the same thing as teachers for you all too.
Exactly. And this ends up being, 5% of someone's job.
Yes.
Where you need this to be.
100%.
Yeah, a full-time position, so almost like.
That's where I was like, I wonder if my kid is going to hurt.
The thing, obviously, there's funding and.
Yeah,
you know, there-
that's good.
Thank you, everybody.
All right.
Kendra, what is our
Next
next
agenda
step?
item, right? So now we're on. You want to move us to
We're
nine?
on 9,
Yeah.
okay, I apologize for. Okay, now we're gonna go sort of group by group here and just get a summary of the case study. So with that, we'll go from my left to right. Ross, do you wanna give us a summary of what y'all talked about?
Yeah, so our case studies was Tierra de Niños. And so it is a program in Peru. Called Teenies. Or how do you pronounce?
I think they say teenies. Yeah, but it's an acronym for Tierra de Niños, or Children's Lands.
And so basically it's a child-led nature-filled space where children learn to nurture life and biodiversity, planting and caring for gardens and outdoor spaces. This concept has been adopted by, it says the methodology has expanded in schools across Peru with the support of the Peruvian Ministry of Education and has been adopted by at least 10 nations ranging from Colombia to Japan. And so some things that really stood out to me is that it can be implemented almost anywhere. And what their whole concept is that every child should have a little garden, a little place where they can love Mother Earth and be loved by Mother Earth. And I really, really like that. So this whole program is designed to truly connect kids to the earth, not just come out here and play in the earth and do a lesson in the earth, but to really, really, really have a connection. You know, I think about grounding where you can walk with your feet in the dirt and tree hugging. And so I love that if we teach a child to care for Mother Earth, which is that caring for a living thing, they will in turn over time understand that this living thing also cares about you. It gives back to you by way of food, by way of oxygen, by way of, all the biodiversity from out in nature. And so I think that bringing that to light, like making that something that the kids really understand can go a long way. So their approach is replicable. Any school, neighborhood, city, jungle, it says. It's child-led because it's designed and managed by the children, and it's sustainable. So I love their kids find things in landfills and trash cans and all of that they can use to create that space. And I think that that further creates some connection and buy-in, like, this is mine, we did this. And so.
Sean, do you have anything to add?
Yes, so we have our second case study here.
Great.
We have our Oregon Outdoor School. So I did research on this program before this meeting. That was what I submitted to Mr. Sean. And essentially, Outdoor School is a program where students in fifth and sixth grade get to have the opportunity to move from the typical classroom to an entirely outdoor-based residential area where they can stay on site for up to 5 days. And they learn about 4 topic areas. That would be soil, plants, animals, and water. And so as a student representative, I get to talk about, well, why I like the program, right? Because if I like the program, the kids are going to like the program. So this is why I like the program. Students are in a unique, different outdoor setting. And this is really important because when we talk about school gardens, these gardens are often still on the school area, and they're important because it is different, but it's not completely different. And when we look at outdoor school, these students aren't just moving from one place on their school campus to another. It's going into a completely different area, and they get to engage in this area in a totally different way. So, we're actually going to the streams, we're looking at the trees, we're touching the dirt, in an immersive experience. Also, these students are led by high school counselors in part, and this is great. And one of the reasons this is great is because, number one, it incorporates students from both lower grade levels and higher grade levels, so we can get more buy-in because it's a more expansive program, but also because, I don't know if you all would remember because it might have been a long time ago.
Are you saying that we're old?
And you're right. You're right. Yeah.
What it was like to be in elementary.
If you all have great memories of second grade, you're doing better than I am. So, in second grade, I remember high schoolers coming down to read books to us, right? And this was an experience that I could really engage in, because when my educator was somebody that I could relate to more, I was very engaged in the process. So these high schoolers teaching these kids about these outdoor programs, I think that's one way for students to get really engaged in the process, because that sometimes takes kids who are bored of the monotony of everyday school and engages them in the process because there's someone different. It's a completely different experience. And then also, like, 5 days is a big program. That's a lot of money, right? Yeah. But this program can be scaled down. So during COVID, they still had these outdoor retreats, but just for a few hours and just for a day. So, this program can be moved down to a smaller scale. It doesn't have to be so expansive. And then also, we're looking to actually sell this, right? So we need demonstrable results. We need surveys. We need statistics. And based on surveys that this outdoor school program has conducted, we can see results in motivation, confidence, interest, public speaking. So this is something that I think we can sell.
Very impressive.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Julie?
All right, our group, which please feel free to chime in with Melanie and Aston. We had the joint use agreement with Arkansas and San Diego as 2 examples. And I'll start with the Arkansas one. They did joint use agreements, and these joint use agreements were for people to use school grounds publicly as public park areas. And for some of these areas, it was for recreational opportunities. And then I think some of them was just to use that area, which is kind of cool to think about. So in Arkansas, it's actually a grant process, and they got that money from the tobacco excise tax, which we talked about how interesting that was, and that's the connection from health to education, which is like kind of a background. So I know I used to work in environmental nonprofits, and we got a lot of money from the oil industry, and like that was kind of like our backwards way to be like, hey, what you're doing is really bad for birds.
Stop smoking.
So give us money so we can
Smoking
tell
or give it to the
kids. So I totally get it. But it was we thought that was really interesting. That it comes from that. And there was a connection between the State Board of Education as well. But they formed these ongoing partnerships with entities, organizations, cities to share those outdoor spaces and meet some community needs. And San Diego has a very similar thing. I don't think they didn't have a grant. They called it the Play All Day Parks program. And their idea was that they can reach areas that don't have access to green space or parks by utilizing schools, because schools are going to be hitting some of those areas. And so usually they joined with the Park and Recreation Department, which is where some of that sports and those types of things. Yeah, and then there's some idea other stuff there.
A lot of times, like even now, us out here, I sit on the board for Little League and for football. We have a hard time finding places to play because we don't have access to the schools and everything.
Right.
So doing something like this would also help be having further places to have practices or have games or have everything. And it's just getting that pass that it's open to everybody. So this would be great for something in Nevada, because we do have a hard time for where we're going to practice and getting those kids that all want to be involved, but then we don't have the places and the means to do it.
Totally. And one thing that we also were wondering is, with these joint use agreements, we were talking a lot about how would communities utilize these spaces potentially, just with some of our experiences with like a weakness and potential barrier is it clean and safe? Does it have the potential to be kept clean and safe? Will communities respect the space? I know Endow operates a park here in Reno, and we have a ton of challenges because it is absolutely abused by the community. Maintenance issues, and the San Diego example does address some of this with agreements for maintaining turf type things, and those types of things. But we also talked about how, like, I have an agreement with the city, and that does not mean that it is maintained. Like, our bathroom has to be locked all the time there because they're not maintained.
We're starting to work with other public agencies and depend on them for things like cleanup and that sort of thing. 8 times out of 10, they're going to fail us. Right. You're going to have to go in there prior. Yeah. So then it falls back onto the partners, honestly, to maintain that sort of stuff.
You mentioned the barriers in the different areas that you have. Like if you're in a smaller community, say Dayton, Fernley, like Virginia City, it's a different community and a group that you can put a garden that's going to need water and things like every day. Where if you put it in Reno, it needs to be something that can be cleaned down, wiped down, like redone, because it's just a different community of what they have, and gangs or anything else. It's hard to differ between the two. Yeah. So it's a barrier that's hard to give everybody what you can give to everyone, depending on where you are.
Which side doesn't fit?
If you open up if you open up those schoolyards, right, that used to be open when I was a kid to go play or swing or whatever, or play a ball game, are now locked down. But if we're not addressing the abuse that's probably going to happen when those things are open, so you are going to be open all the time, but there's going to be those idiots that
being devil's advocate, are we creating bigger problems by not opening this? So now we're creating a bigger, because we're like, oh well, this community doesn't get it because of it. So it's the devil's advocate of why does the smaller community get something different than the inner city gets something. So
but we still liked it. We're not all those things just run through your head, like how is this going to break down? I know for me too, this example makes me rethink public land, the idea of public land. And like what I said earlier that I'm very passionate about is that like nature isn't a place you go to. Like just thinking about how a schoolyard can be this place for all people to connect to nature is really, really interesting. And if long-term green schoolyards, it's like putting money into a green schoolyard that now can be a community center, like that's amazing. That's so cool.
You change that whole person from not entering the game because they had this other aspect as a middle schooler to do.
This again is where funding comes in to support these things, because I promise you, the paid individual that is their job and they get paid to do that, she's going to do a lot more work than your parent volunteers or even your park system or city parks and stuff. I work on agreements all the time with like BLM, and they say the same thing. Our grant that we're submitting has to have a letter from them that says they're going to maintain this for 25 years after it. And guess what? They don't.
The person who signed that doesn't work there anymore.
They just don't. And then so then you have a project or a trail or whatever it might be that people like us are working so hard on, and then we turn it over to public lands and
right. Second case study?
So our second case study came from Oregon, and it was an environmental literacy plan. And we really liked that it was the state policy and it really covered two. There was the No Child Left Inside, and then that kind of moved on to this
Love it.
literacy plan, this environmental literacy plan that also went into effect. And having the state government supporting something like that is really, really cool. The expected outcomes that are listed on here were really clear and doable. Like it wasn't, hey, we're going to save endangered species or whatever, something not.
Just having better critical thinkers. Like,
Yes, they were very, very doable. Some of the weaknesses and barriers coming from government, these plans and these things that get passed are really awesome, but a lot of times they get passed without any funding behind it. So you're being told to enact something with no support. And possibly that could have been in here. It's not on this piece of paper. So, and I did not catch it in the other document. So possibly that is in there, but that's something to think about, having legislators in here.
Can I jump in too?
Yeah.
So a lot of states developed environmental literacy plans because they were a requirement for certain types of federal funding. And
Oh.
Nevada actually had, UNLV about 2010, a plan was developed that was never implemented. So I think a lot of those federal funding comes and backs those up for the states that do have them.
Yeah. So that's something to think about too, that it's like, plans are great, so great to read, so fun. But if there isn't something, if there isn't a mechanism.
So great.
I've read a lot of really long plans, guys, and they're really great. They're so great. But having that is really important. And then also with implementing something in schools and having this environmental literacy plan that is informing how the school districts are teaching and all of those things, that was a barrier identified that school districts and school boards, their priorities change too. There's a lot of turnover.
as the boards change what they want to do.
And boards can be notoriously difficult this day and age. So
I'm from Douglas.
yeah.
I'm in Douglas County.
But we saw a lot of statewide possibilities. Having legislative support is amazing. And there's the statewide comprehensive outdoor rec plan that's like a model already that's happening now. And just having Endor developed already is like support there. So like we saw a lot of potential there, but we really liked it and anything else?
Awesome. Thank you. Andrew.
All right, so this one actually fell within my realm because we were looking at Georgia and it has a really cool acronym. It's cool. Council of Outdoor Learning, and we love our acronym. So I think it's kind of
Cool.
It is kind of cool to have an acronym like that because it kind of draws people in.
You guys made that up?
No, well, maybe we should take credit. And what's really neat about this, they have a bunch of schoolyard learning stations that they've put, and then they've created a toolkit for all these teachers and educators to utilize to implement, authentic, real world learning outdoors. And some of the things that led to their success that we thought was prioritizing this program. So you have I just did it again. The Georgia Department of Education doled out grants, and I think they said 1,000 different 1,000 spaces. It didn't say how many grants they awarded, but so they have a lot of grant. They manage all that at the department level, and each district and school has the autonomy of how to implement this program, which is super important, right? Because if they have that autonomy, there's a little bit more buy-in from them to implement the programs. And some of the weaknesses we talked about was, there's a lot of grants that have been awarded, but is it self-sufficient after you build those outdoor areas, which we thought maybe it probably could be, once it's built, it's there, you just got to maintain it. And then what other it didn't never specified a funding stream other than those grants. So again, that was something that we talked about. And then another thing for making it happen in Nevada, could this group here eventually turn into something like the Council of Outdoor Learning, and we could all be cool?
Cool.
And with that being said, I did write this down as my position at the state is called an education programs professional, which is a fancy term for I'm a specialist for a certain content area. And so if we're serious about wanting this to be a long-term thing, is to have a position at the state within the Department of Education to collaborate with everybody and not just add it on to somebody's already long list of duties.
Building capacity.
So, but, yep, exactly. So overall, learning stations, outdoor learning stations, funded by the Georgia Department of Ed, and providing authentic real world learning opportunities for their students outdoors.
Great close. Assemblywoman Mosca.
Thank you. Yes, we read and talked about the schoolyard forest system. And so this is where a school was able to get landscape and trees and what we were seeing on the previous slide. Something that we thought was awesome was students were part of the planning and the implementation. So they got to see what they wanted and they were part of that actually happening. We saw some elements of success is that there was curriculum and resources for teachers. So it wasn't just making it look green. It was how do you continue to use it, but support people so that they can. And we also really liked that there was an actual integrated framework. So they had vision, attainable goals, they can measure towards it. A big question that the superintendent brought up that I had not thought of is when you start to do these outside things, what about school safety? Especially when we're starting to lock down schools more. How do we, deal with both of those things? And I think what everyone here shared, is if there's not a sustainable funding stream, how do any of these things continue? And we thought for Nevada, potential possibilities. I brought up how there are a lot of outside groups, at least that I've seen, that are really, they want shade, they want trees. So how can we include these outside groups to be part of funding or supporting these kind of initiatives? We discussed how do we also think about the strain of resources we already have. So in Southern Nevada, of course, water, when it comes to trees, how do we do that? And then something that I think is really important, having a Southern perspective, but I have been all over the state. I've been to every district, been to every county. How do we help Nevadans see they can love Nevada? And so how do we make cross-district, cross-Southern, Northern, rural field trips or groups so that they can actually see this? So we brought this up because if one school for resources could have this schoolyard forest system and the others around it can't, can you then integrate it so they visit then at least? So they're still using it. And then we talked about, well, wouldn't it be so awesome if students from Southern Nevada could come see Story County and vice versa so that everyone can love Nevada?
I don't know if you know, when she was first elected and was going through her first legislative session, she took it upon herself to go visit. It's the first time I've ever seen it, every single district in the state. So we know Elko County is different from Story County and Clark County and even little tiny Esmeralda we count. So I thought that was, there's a lot of cred for doing that. So thank you. Kendall, you got us right on how you did it. But you got
I've still got a brief, very, very briefly.
Okay.
I do have a nature walk to get to, and then I promise to be less of a drill sergeant after. So real briefly, Brandy and I talked about, first, Washington State had enacted a new recess law that guarantees 30 minutes of recess minimum for K-5 students in any school day that's 5+ hours. Part of this also includes discouraging the withholding of recess for behavioral or academic reasons. They did not mandate that it's not withheld, but they do strongly discourage it. Some key things that we identified as being really important to the success of implementing something like this is that Washington State counts recess time as instructional time. So, they are not having to add on to the school day to accomplish those 30 minutes. Brandy was telling me about how her school, they get like 10 to 15 minutes of recess per day, which is well below the national average of 20
Some
minutes.
gets it taken away if they don't have their homework done the night before.
Yeah, absolutely, right?
If they're not listening, then he's like, oh yeah, I meant to miss recess because I didn't get my math all the way done.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
he's in
right.
4th grade.
Right.
Which we know can only, you know, compound some of the issues around academic achievement, behavioral issues, right? So
They
we could
need
look
that
at,
break.
yeah, we could look at recess mandates. Brandy also brought up an important point of like avoid taking it away for things like state testing, right? That we still have that recess time implemented on days like that. You know, we do have to consider what does that time take away from, right? Is that going to take away from specials? You know, or is that distributed across all subject areas, right? What does that look like? And then lastly,
Can I add something on recess?
Yeah.
I think recess should be in all grades, just to something, because as you get older, they take away that time. And I think even in high school, they need like that little bit of a break in between or something, because in elementary school, and then middle school, they lost a whole recess. I mean, they don't have anything outside because we don't have outdoor areas, but if we did, I mean, even high schoolers needed time to decompress.
Yeah, this bill actually also encourages physical activity breaks for middle and high school as well. Yeah, thanks for bringing that up. All right, and then real quick, we were not quite as jazzed about this one just because Brandy was talking about, you know, this one really revolved around teacher training. It was the Nebraska Legacy in Environmental Education teacher training. But Brandy was talking about how really like, even if you participate in trainings like this, you don't necessarily get to implement them because you're, you know, focused on mandates, right? The other things that are put on your plate as a teacher. So we thought, you know, and, you know, my thought, at least I didn't get to talk about this with Brandy, but my thought is that potentially we could look at it, you know, at the university level. We're training teachers, you know, can they start learning about classroom management in the outdoors before they ever start teaching, right? But then potentially, you know, above teacher training for current teachers, we can put some of these other ideas around infrastructure. Brandy talked about how they do use like their school garden and things like that, right? So, and with that, I think we're going to recess for lunch. And I would encourage everyone to continue talking about these things, just not in forum, so now with 7 or more people.
Wow.
And if you are interested, we are going to go on a nature walk with Carson City Parks and Open Space, a little over a mile round trip. We're going to try to do that in about an hour, so you still have 30 minutes to eat when we come back, and we'll just be leaving from the lobby right here. And let's say we'll leave in 3 minutes.
And we'll reconvene at 1 p.m.
Yes. Use the restroom.
I'm going to break, not for lunch, I'm going to take a nap. I've been up since 1 p.m. yesterday.